first ban, quite solid ban, I would say, can be used and the EXP can be used in their own position. So quite a flex ban, and we all know how a Badang works, right? He is quite annoying as he gets a lot of sustain when he reaches from mid to late phases of the game. So banning him out would be quite a really good option. But here we go, Hilda ban, and of course the Gatot Kacha ban coming in as well.
You have all these tanky frontliners being banned out here by both sides. They do not want any sort of trouble coming in from the EXP or the Roam, because these are the ones who stay in the front lines, provide the vision, try to rotate as much as possible, and give the information to the teammates. So banning out these heroes definitely means both the sides do not want any of the information to be leaked out to the enemy by these roamers. So yeah, that is one of the biggest reasons why we're seeing these bans. Okay, I'm not really sure about this ban though. Do you think Sicilian deserves a ban these days?
Sicilian, I think it depends on your teammates, their opinion, because there are times when we see a really good Sicilian who just carries the whole match by farming up, really, really slow, having the patience since he is a late centric hero. So I guess Mav, they did face some trouble against Sicilians, and it's like a better safe than sorry kind of what do you call it? Kind of thought coming in from the side of Mav banning out the Sicilian.
Yep, of course. You don't want to be sorry later on when you leave this Sicilian open, and in the later phases, it just carries the game entirely by itself. So, yeah, with that, coming into the second phase, it's coming into the picks though, we're seeing that Kalia has been picked up early on. Of course, a good first pick to go forward with. It enables you to lock down any sort of, uh, you know, priority carry heroes which might be picked up by the enemy by diving into the backlines. And we all know we have seen this on the short videos, right? We have seen the Kalia and Louis combo.
Yes, definitely. So I'm excited and quite curious if Mav will pick out that Kalea and Loi combo, because as far as we've seen, it works out really, really well. If you time their ults in the perfect timing, you might be just transported back to your enemy's base, and might be game over for you. But yes, first pick as a Kalea. She can be used in the EXP lane as well, so quite a solid pick. Can be a flex pick. So it is quite a good one. But if we look at aside from Royal Manipur, they have the phobias and the Harriet. So the counter and also the hero getting picked out altogether.
Yep. Now they have the Phobias and the Harriet on their side, but right now, Marv, they want to lock in on the CC if you do not want to be troubled in the EXP lane by these Phobias, because I don't really know any other, EXP laner which can dominate it and is in the meta right now other than CC. I mean, you can go for the Thamus if you want to, but the Thamus does not really provide enough value like the CC can. So yeah, we're seeing the CC being
initiator with the glorious pathway, so it is going to be quite hard. But look at that, Fredo. Already we are into the land of dawn.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to the first match, the inaugural match of the Nerd 2.0 tournament, and we are here to witness MAF versus Royal Manipur happening right on WarDrum Games. And it's a Swiss stage going on, so no one will be eliminated tonight, but of course, 1 point is a huge lead that you need on the first day. Let's see which team can get it. For now, though, seems like High Loss is taking a lot of damage right now, but
Oh
oh,
my,
Kalia first blood! And there it
yep,
comes once again. Super Zui
definitely.
might
Oh
be in
my
some trouble. Oh my god. Marv so aggressive from the first minute.
Yep, definitely quite aggressive since their first minute. You know, they have the aggressive combo. Kalea is there. If she catches you, then she's gonna be slamming you almost everywhere that she finds, right? And we got Vixana as well with her early game lane clearing capacity. She is gonna be rotating quite faster compared to the Valentina onto the mid lane. So they are gonna be sticking out quite together. And Lucas, once he gets his level 4, he actually plays. He is actually required to play quite aggressive. You know, starting from the early, and with that, you can just assert dominance. And this is what Team MAF are doing against Team Royal Manipur. And since Momo okay is on the link, he needs to have a little bit of patience so that he can slowly but surely get up with his damage, so that they are able to have a clapback.
Yep, exactly. They need to be patient right now. And of course, you have to be patient as well as we try to bring back the action right back. The referees and the match officials are making sure that everything is going correctly for both the teams, as we want to make sure that both the teams have a good experience and do not face any issues while having these matches. So yeah, kudos to the match officials for making this pause right now to make sure that both the teams are playing properly and performing at their best. But for now, though, let's talk about once again. It seems like this guy, Kalia, PD, I don't really remember him playing in the last tournament from the side of Maf, but this guy coming in, it seems like he has mastered this new hero very well.
Yes. Definitely, practice is the key here. There was a bit of a gap between the first tournament and right now, so you have got enough time with the release of the new hero Kalea and utilizing that full time to get the mastery. But look at that, one more skirmish going on to the bottom lane, Fredo.
Yep, Hylos taken down as well. Seems like Biju Hunter is in some trouble. Yep, there it goes. Your mom will get that kill here. And with that, Maf are already sailing into this game. 4-1 is the score, and their goal lead is also already reaching the 1.5k mark. Seems like Maf are not going to leave any stone unturned against Royal Manipur right now, as they're giving no spaces here for Royal Manipur to operate.
Yes, definitely. And Biju Hunter is getting hunted by the members of MAF right now.
Whoa!
Look at that Ling.
Momo wanted to go in for the retribution, but Tsunami slam on his face, still able to get away using the Finch Poise. But right now he seems to be in some deep trouble as he's surrounded by 3 members on the wall still. There seems to be not enough, lightness on his bar yet, and that's why Momo will get taken down there.
Yep, definitely did not have much energy to jump around the walls anymore after getting chased around by 4 members of MAF after being in such a pickle, just trying to get the first turtle. I think, in my opinion, Ling he could have gone for another trade, maybe taken out the gold laner, because as we know, the first turtle does not provide much gold, so it's not quite worth it to contest. But look at the position of Kalea near the Link's buff onto the top lane.
Yep. Tsunami slam once again, and there it goes. Eternal Guard still able to escape using the dash. But is it enough for now? It seems like Maf are all towards Momo. They're targeting Momo like anything right now because he's not able to get any farm. Give me Savage will be taken down first. Super Zui falls down as well. Royal Manipur in deep trouble here as they are not able to make this Ling work. And right now in their bottom lane as well, the skirmish going on between these two XP laners, just boxing it out among themselves. And in the trade though, Phobius will still win out in top of this glue. Decides to use a split here and still able to use that split. And right now, Biju Hunter is in trouble because he is out of position, way beyond the zone where he should be. Shenzu arrives as well. Julie gets a kill in the top side onto that Harith. And Shenzu, there comes Temso Blades, not able to get enough damage onto the tower. Too early for the Link to dive in. And with that, Momo will be falling down as well. Royal Manipur really struggling here. Seems like they don't have any answers to the questions that Mark is asking.
Yes, definitely. Oh my goodness. The fight is still going on, Fredo. Look at that.
Oh, Robert gets taken down as well. And oh my god, what is happening here? Seems like Maf is in a mood of brawl here. They're not playing tournament, they're playing brawl here, and they want Royal Manipur to end this. I mean, they want to end this game as soon as they can. Royal Manipur. I mean, I did not really get it when they picked up the Ling here. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, he's using the Ling
Yes.
as much
Yes.
as he can.
Yes. So, right from the part where Kalea was near the Ling and his orange buff, that's where the fight started, right? And the fight just continued on and on and on by the side of Maf, just being really, really aggressive because of their team comp as well, and choking down on the Ling, baiting out everything that they can. But we need to consider Biju Hunter and his, sustained capability,
Okay.
because he was just there around three people with his Infernal Pursuit, surviving for more than a minute. So they still gotta watch out for their phobias, but still, Mav just taking the lead, taking the map control in their hands.
Yep, Biju Hunter takes a lot of damage. Between three members will fall down to the hands of Julie once again as Maf look to push down the bottom side. And of course, it's Duba who will take that turret down, get some more gold in his pockets, get some more stacks. And there it goes. Zaman Force has been dropped to the land of Dawn right now as Gimme Savage decides to dash away. Eternal Guard being placed as well. There's a lot of damage being placed here by Maf on the face of Royal Manipur. Royal Manipur will decide to retreat, which is the right decision right now.
Yep, a staggering 7k gold difference in the hands of Mav, and in a span of 6 minutes. So Royal Manipur are getting quite the gape, but look at that, they still decide to
Whoa!
engage.
Tsunami slam kills everywhere. Double kill for the Granger. Duba on the Rhapsody. And there it goes. A triple kill for Duba right here. Top side as well. Julie gets a kill onto Momo. Solo kill here. Royal Manipur are struggling like they should not be. But of course, seems like Cherauba has, is still on their minds right now.
Yes, definitely. The fever of Jarava is still in their minds. So yeah, I guess we gotta wait for the fever to cool down. But if we talk about the map control from the side of MAF, they are just not stopping it. They are brawling everything out, forcing team fights anywhere possible. But the thing is, if we consider the composition of Team Royal Manipur, they should be the one forcing out the team fight. But this time we are seeing quite the opposite around.
Yep, and look at PD, the way he's harassing this Ling. Ling decides to get away using the Finch Poise, but he goes on to the Granger. Granger might get taken down here, or will it be Ling here? Forced to use the Tempest of Blaze to get away. And right now, I mean, there is no hope except this Harith, but even the Harith is so underfarmed.
Definitely quite underfarmed. Still, look at that. More and more kills getting in the hands of Math right there. It's not even ending because Duba gets a double kill in his hands and three people down for the side of Royal Manipur. Now they are marching on towards their base, trying to pop
Oh
out the inhibitor at least, but oh my goodness, Duba.
my god, that's not how you see that's not how you see a high loss getting taken down, right? Usually, but I mean, look at the amount of farm Mark has right now. It's so much. I mean, of course, if you remember it, Zio, Royal Manipur got knocked out in the first round. Here they are once again, about to get knocked out. I mean, fortunately for them, though, it is the Swiss stage, so yeah, they won't be
Yes.
getting knocked out. Momo trying his best though with this link, but is it enough?
I don't think so, Fredo, because look at that.
Oh, shutdown! Oh, Super Zui gets one shutdown there. Godlike for the Granger though. Decides to flicker away. Momo might get killed here, but no, it will be Duba who will get the better of him. Double kill for Duba right here. And with that, the shutdown that was just taken got nullified once again as Duba picks up that kill. And right now, of course, Mav do want to avoid those throws happening.
Yes, definitely. So Momo, okay, he was trying his best to target Duba, because he's the one dealing the most amount of damage. Look at that Capriccio stacks, 474 and
Oh,
3 stacks on that Sky Piercer. Now that is a fully farmed Granger waiting for his last item. And if you are not able to burst him down in the early phases, I don't think it's quite possible to burst him down right now, because he is gonna be protected by the rest of his teammates, and there is absolutely no way with that amount of farm that you can dive onto the backlines.
yep, exactly. There is no way. But one thing I would like to highlight here, look at Super Zui. Super Zui is the one who got 3 kills for Royal Manipur, and 2 of them were shut down. So that just proves that this guy is one of those people that deserves the highlight, right? He's a very good mage player, and he has proved it right now that even though his team is struggling, he does have, everyone on his back at the moment. But with the Valentina, there's not much that you can do.
Yes, definitely. So Valentina is usually picked as the counter rather than the main damage dealer, right? So yes, Super Zui is trying his best on that Valentina, but I don't think it would be quite possible for him to carry the game around, because look at that, another team fight happening out.
Super Zoo decides to go with the Predator form there, and there it goes. Julie will take down one godlike for the Vixana, and that is not what you expect. Triple kill, wiped out before they end the game. Maf will take this decisive victory, a first match victory, and the momentum that you require.
Yes, definitely first victory in the hands of MAF. They are just they are just starting their fuel to the fire that they are gonna be lighting up in this Swiss round. First round already, and they went all out, because look at that. All of the members playing aggressively and giving Team Royal Manipur almost no chance to have even a speck of farm in their hands, choking down Momo okay on that link, and same with Harriet as well. So Math, they were playing it out quite strategically. Their draft was on point, and they definitely executed it out really well as well.
Yep, they executed it perfectly, and there was no way Royal Manipur could have done anything to stop the onslaught that was coming from their side, especially Duba, who has been on point with his grandeur, and even Julie was so good today. But it all began with PD's first blood onto that Valentina, sorry, onto that Hylos. So, yeah, that was the beginning of everything. But after that, it was only Julie and Duba who were doing all the job by themselves. So yeah, gotta give credit to the roamer for initiating and starting everything out there. With that, of course, Royal Manipur, they need to work a lot.
Just the first round, so they have a lot more rounds, so where they can make a comeback, right their wrongs, and review the match and see where they went wrong and come back stronger in the next matches, because this is the beauty of Swiss stage. If you mess up in one round, there is the chance of having a comeback in the remaining rounds, right? It's not a knockout, so you still have quite a big chance of just improving yourself. So we gotta see some clapbacks from Royal Manipur in the next round. I do hope we see that.
Yep, and with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break, but don't go anywhere as the next match will be resuming very shortly on WarDrum Games. So stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back once again to the NorthEast UnderDog Tournament 2.0. This is the second season, and of course, once again, we're casting. This is me, Fredo, casting alongside me, Zio, and we'll be taking you through the second match of the night.
Yes, definitely. Second match of the night between Team Venom Esports and Team Phoenix right here. So, first match, it went quite one sided, but my question is, will it be another one sided match? Because this is, we're talking about Venom Esports going up against a Phoenix. So it is a bird going against
that wall, it goes and gives you a cooldown. So yeah, that is definitely there on the side of Phoenix as well. But of course, Hilda much more faster. And if you take the Wilderness Blessing, of course, it will complement that mobility once again to make it an even more mobile thing. So let's see which roamer, which EXP laner will rotate faster here. I definitely hope that this Vexana will be aware of the fact that they have a Katot Kacha. So yeah, I hope she carries that flicker on herself. But before that happens, what do you think about these matchups right now, Zio, with this lineup?
Oh, Team Phoenix, they are quite strong, I would say, because they have quite a solid crowd control. They have the pickoffs. They have quite the sustains as well. But for Venom, I guess you can say that the draft is a bit more into the positioning and also like some pickoffs. But still, both the drafts are quite good, and it is just a matter of fact until they start with the execution. Because look at that already, Kalea
Okay.
onto the EXP side this time.
Interesting thing happening here. We're seeing Badang in the roam and Kalia in the EXP lane. That is something that I did not expect, but okay, it is what it is. Let's see if Phoenix are able to pull it off or not. That is all that matters in the end. For now, though, zone control definitely in both sides as both the roamers decide to scout out the area, vision and information being provided at the best. But let's see where the first clash happens. Seems like it will be the gold crab that they'll decide to clash for.
Yep, so fight around the gold crab and get secured by Suyo. But look at that panic, just panicking around and trying to find a good positioning for himself, because he kind of needs to play out really well as he is the Roma.
Oh,
Oh my goodness, Aditya just gets away from his from the mouth of that there.
yep, of course. The flicker has been burned out. A big resource not available right now for Phoenix before the turtle. And with that, they will, of course, both the sides still looking for the level 4 before the first turtle fight happens. And right now, seems like both the roamers, both the EXP and mid laners do not really have that yet in their pockets. But okay, EXP crap taken here by the jungler of Phoenix. And with that, let's see how the fight starts here. Okay, seems like fight has broken out. Not yet, not committing yet. Shinigami decides to go back with the shadow.
Yes. So quite a great choice of not committing around that fight, because you kind of need to position yourself before picking off meaningless fights. Because look at that Venom, they are getting these zones, and oh my goodness, first blood in the hands of Team Venom this time.
Yeah, the fact that they did not have that flicker on the Vexana will pay the price here. Aditya going down. And now there it comes. This is a first turtle secured here by Venom's side. And that's an easy turtle here. No contest whatsoever coming from Phoenix because they were unavailable. And 3 members in the red buff area. And seems like getting taunted here. Aditya once again might not want to fall once again. But oh, there it goes. So you're able to get that red buff into the back lines. If you take a look, Gatot Kacha chasing on. 2 members get taunted here by the Unbreakable. Shinigami does not land that shadow, will decide to back off.
Yep. Venom, yes, they decide to contest the orange buff but failing to do so. Phoenix, they are holding their ground, and Venom, they do have the lead right now and 2k gold lead in their hands. Still, if they continue this, then they should be able to, quite choke down onto Phoenix. But still, we can't forget that Shin is on that Iritel. They still need to focus, because I've seen a lot of games where Iritel is the solo carry, and you never know when she gets that farm and when she starts dealing all those massive damage. So you kind of need to give importance to all the lanes. But once again, Zozo is just getting his farm. His 2 bodyguards are there, Gatot and Hilda, making sure he is safe.
Yep, of course, his bodyguards guarding him. And of course, Zozo, a very well-known mid laner here, will be really important and will play a pivoted role in the success of the Venom to take this game away. But so far, seems like the Harry is getting free hits of that gold shield. Comes in the AOG to zone them away. And with that, minions will be denied surely here for Team Phoenix.
Yep. The minions getting denied out, and Team Venom just trying to go for an engage. Decides to go for an engage.
Yup, they go in. Zaman Force has been dropped as well. Apaibi will get a kill onto Panic, and there it goes. Panic attack happening for Phoenix side. Aditya will get a consolation kill though, and Zozo will also get one as he was chasing down, but Shinigami. Right now, Karti is on the chase. Shinigami will decide to back off. Irithel deals a good amount of damage, but still not enough to take down the tanky Hilda. And with that, Karti wants to go in. Foot the flicker plays. Zozo really low, able to flicker away as well. But now Shin might be in some trouble as Shinigami decides to go with the shadow kill. And we'll be getting that kill onto the Irithel. Now Karti decides to back off, right decision. But oh my god, that engage from Karti was good. But Zozo is just better because he had the flicker.
Yes, definitely. So Karti, as you said, his engage was really good. The flicker tsunami slam coming in from his side, but Zozo, he had his resources in the right time, so he will be getting to live another day. As we mentioned in the banning phase, right? In the drafting phase, Zozo on this Xavier is gonna be needing the positioning that he needs, and he is executing it out quite well. And Team Venom putting up that pressure onto the side of Phoenix, just taking out all the turrets, securing all the lanes, and look at that, another team fight happening.
Oh, seems like in the mid lane they're having a lot of problem as Venom is putting pressure, trying to take down that turret, trying to break down the mid lane tier 1 to gain the control and the access towards Team Phoenix side. But for now, it seems like the Hilda is hovering over once again in the enemy red buff area, and Phoenix decides to protect it. But while they're protecting that, in the top lane, in the mid lane, look at that. They're choking down. The Irithel is not able to get any farm.
Yes, Hurt is being heavy on Irithel. And, oh my goodness, Shinigami almost had an accident there because he was getting, caught off by Vixana. But bottom lane, the Karti looks like he's in a bit of a trouble.
Oh, Shadow does not land, but oh, there it goes, the second skill. And Tsunami slam Karti, 2v1, gets out with one kill. Karti on top of Shinigami there. And that is exactly what you can pull off with a Kalia.
Yes, definitely the tsunami slam just taking out Shinigami right inside the turret. But once again, Apaibi. Oh my god. Okay.
3v1 gets a kill. Oh my god, what is happening here? 3v1, 2v1, still getting away with the kill. My god, and this guy Apaibi does not go down as well. And okay, I did not really understand what the dawning light was for. Maybe for the Irithel, because she was trying to recall there. But yeah, this game is really good, at least in terms of the entertainment that you're getting. Whoa. Look at the aggression. And there it comes AOG, and seems like the Irithel will be caught once again. The fizz crack, the combo comes in. Shin will be able to survive and see another day, but Aisho speed seems like he might be in some trouble here as Panic will use that fizz break and take him down. And as that snipe coming in from Zozo as well to take down the Vixana on point there. Tsunami Slam might be coming in once again. Karti does not really have that available, but the shadow kill has been used, does not do enough damage. Able to get away with the red buff though, and Shinigami will be satisfied with that as Team Venom is having complete control, and Team Phoenix, there seems to be no return for their side because look at that, the goal lead is very good as well. And if you take a look, they have a Xavier as well on their side. It's not like Phoenix are going to have a good time in the late game as well, because the Xavier going to bring a lot of problems for their side.
Yes, definitely Xavier and Harriet as well. Both of them are gonna be the main damage dealer in the late game. But look at that, the map is getting divided into two parts, and once again.
Oh, Apaibi gets one kill. It will be the Suyo taken down first. Jungler going down. ESP falling down. Double kill for Apaibi. Wants to go in for the tree, but will not be able to do so as he does not have the frontliners backing up for him. But that is some good synergy coming up from Team Venom.
Yes, a great showcase of team coordination and synergy coming in from the side of Venom. There were a bit of times where they kind of threw the game, but they weren't able to get back to the game and not give the chance of Phoenix to take the throw that they gave. Just pull the throw back, but Yes, Lord marching on from the top lane towards the side of Phoenix is gonna be quite hard for them to defend because there are a lot of pressure getting applied from the side of Venom from all of the directions. Like, look at that, Zozo quite low. Oh my
Oh!
goodness.
Did not have the flicker, and the Badang will get the better of him, but the Paibi will not forget to shut down and take the revenge for his teammate. Meanwhile, on the top side, the Lord is marching in. Holy defense is still available, so it should not be of much trouble, but they decide to keep that holy defense safe for another day. But there it comes, the damage of the Harith. Oh my god, it's melting down that Irithel.
Yep, a baby here, just having the time of his life, flying around here and there with his demand force and his chrono that's paired up together. If you get what I'm trying to say, Fredo. A baby flying, yeah. But
Yeah, of
yes,
course.
yeah. 502 KDA in his hands, and he is just getting the farm, dealing all the damage. But oh my goodness,
Oh!
Tsunami Slam.
Shinigami will be the one on the chopping block this time, as Karti will be able to use that Tsunami Slam on him. And that is exactly what Tsunami Slam, the potential that the Tsunami Slam has to shut down individual targets is just too much to ignore. And that is the reason why Venom Esports, they do want to be careful when they see the Kalia lurking around. So they have to be careful while going into the bushes as well.
Yes, definitely. They have got to be careful because you never know when you will be getting body slammed and taken away by the mermaid that we have the new addition into our MLBB family. And already look at that. So you're just trying to go around for the trade, but he will be getting caught up by ISO speed.
Well, I show speed does not seem to be really fast here. Zaman Force, AOG, everything has been used. Tsunami Slam comes in, but for what? No avail, as the Harith will still get that monster kill onto the Kalia, as Karti will fall. Bottom lane completely, in their control, as well as there is the minions marching in. They want to go in for the unbreakable. Shin really low, still able to get away. There is the rose gold to save the day, but Zaman Force and the Chrono dashes. Paibi will get the better of the Badang, and with that, Venom Esports on the rise as we speak. The second Lord is up as well.
Yep, more and more bodies falling for the side of Team Phoenix because of Venom that Team Venom Esports are injecting them right now and just not having them even get the chance to go around the map, contest for the Lord, even get their own farm, right? They're just invading the jungle, being aggressive wherever is necessary, and it is paying off quite well for the side of Team Venom. And Phoenix, they still have not gotten the chance to rise from the ashes, but we never know when the tide of the games would turn. It just needs one moment of pure mistake from your opponent's side to turn the whole tide of the game. So it is not over until it's over, as someone has said. But still, if we look at the game right now, Venom just handing out more and more pressure onto the side.
Yep, lane sync is proper from their side, and you're talking about mistakes. I talk about execution. Execution almost got there coming in, but yeah, Shinigami is still able to get away with the shadow. And with that top side being cracked open, they want to exert the pressure right now. AOG is still available. Hilda does have the ultimate as well. They can go in. There it goes. AOG to the backlines. Apaibi with the Zaman Force, able to dash in and out, getting a double kill there. Wants to go in for the triple, gets that. Wants to go in for a maniac, gets that as well. Make it a savage for this guy, but unfortunately he will not be able to do so. But Venom will still take that turret and get that win.
Yes, so Maniac secured first Maniac of this nerd season 2 getting secured by a Paibi on that Harith. Really, really phenomenal job coming in from the side of Team Venom Esports, exerting the pressure starting from the early game, starting from the draft. I was quite skeptical about how this whole draft would play out, but they really, really made it work out because they had the aggression from Hilda, and Apaibi was just there getting the utmost amount of support that he can get from Venom. And look at that, 1103 KDA in his hands, a full item build, and 33% damage. Second one would be Jojo on that Xavier.
Oh,
So both of them just having the perfect backup from his team and getting the victory for their side.
Yeah, both of them, of course, will be celebrating New Year and will be enjoying the first win of the New Year as well, as we see that Zozo and Apaibi getting all the damage that their team needed and coming out on top as well on certain occasions. Of course, just once getting caught out there by the Badang. But other than that, Zozo and Apaibi, a flawless game coming in from their side. Team Phoenix need to work a lot on the department of their synergy, because I feel that the synergy and communication was lacking a lot, because in terms of individual skill it seemed like it's okay, but it's not just about individual skill. You need that synergy and the layering of skills to execute it properly.
Yes, definitely. Even though the draft was on point, it was the execution part where they failed out. They had their Kalia on the EXP, and as you said before, a Kalia on the roam would have been much better compared to a Badang on the EXP, given their lineup right now, right? So if they had the Kalea, then they would have been a little bit more aggressive, getting the heals on time, because Suyo, he just needs his level 3 to start initiating, and they already had the Vexana as well. So, execution wise, it was where they needed to work more and more. And of course, we can't forget that to win a match, you definitely need to synergize with your whole team. And as you said, Fredo, Team Phoenix, they were quite lacking around that.
Yep, a lack of synergy on their side, and Team Venom Esports will be able to get that win quite easily on the first day, as we see Muff and Venom Esports already making it to in the first day of the Swiss stage. And of course, two brackets of course will be happening tomorrow, as 1-0 and 0-1 will be happening. And right now, the side of Team Venom and the side of Team what was it, Team Muff? Yeah, Team Muff and Venom will be going into the 1-0 upper bracket. Meanwhile, the lower bracket 0-1, it will be Team what's the name, Team Phoenix, yep, and Team Royal Manipur.
Yep, definitely. And I think our viewers are more excited about the third match that is gonna be happening.
Yeah, yeah, everyone's
Before
waiting.
we get to that, before we get to that, we need to bring a little bit more suspense, make it a little bit more and more exciting. So we should be taking a break, right, Freda?
Yep, a short break, and we'll be right back to bring you the action of the most awaited match of tonight. Zohan going up against Tartarus. What are you waiting for? While this break is going on, call your friends as well. Share it everywhere, because, of course, the final matchup of the last season in the finals, grand finals, where Zohan were put off and made upset by none other than Tartarus. Once again, they're facing off. Let's see if Zohan can arise the Zofate. Will they arise today, or will Tartarus get the better of them once again? Finding out on WarDrum Games. We're right back after a short break. Good evening and welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Northeast Underdog Tournament 2.0 brought to you by WarDrum Games. And the third match of the night is, of course, the most awaited match of the night as the heavyweight clash is happening right here on WarDrum Games. It's Zohan going up against Tartarus, and none other than Ray will be here alongside me. Of course, Fredo, once again to cast this match tonight and bringing you the action live from the land of dawn.
Of course, Fredo. We are back for the Northeast Underdogs 2.0. It just feels like the first season just ended, but I mean, it did. And we're back again immediately. Like, this is a fast, like, very fast, honestly, very fast comeback of a tournament. And I feel like, I mean, not to glaze ourselves too much, but I feel like this is the first tournament that came back so quickly, right? With their next season. It is really quick and it's really nice that another tournament is done. It keeps the competition alive, doesn't make things stale. Like it's been a while already. What was nerd? No, the flames are still high, and obviously we're going to be beginning with the highlight. I mean, we have already begun, but we're going to be jumping
anymore as he is the substitute right now. The jungler is actually Sky Kings, who made that awesome play versus the Ling in a 1v1 situation with the Hayabusa here, right, in this tournament as well in the early stages. So yeah, it's going to be none other than okay. Actually, it's Dusty Mizo who's playing right now. Okay, I was not really familiar with that, but yeah, there has been a lineup change. But yeah, with that being said, we're back again. Let's see how this action breaks down tonight as we're going to see the Guinevere being played here by Kimi, of course, like Ray mentioned. Pocket pick out of nowhere, catching everyone with surprise. Let's see if Zohan were surprised enough, though. Or will Zohan be able to daze the side of Team Tartarus here?
And I like to call the Guinevere the discount Gatot because she has the same knockup mechanic, right? So yeah, I feel like it's to make the things even, but it could not be. But yeah, I like to think of it that way. The Gatot both have knockups, but yeah, jokes aside, you're looking at the lane rotations and everything. Joseph obviously being the faster one, having the Fanny and the steel cables, gonna be able to get a little bit of early lead, stealing a few creeps, but Dusty Mizo is aware. I was also thinking the lineup was going to be changing, but it's nice to have him back, you man. But anyways, into the game, we can see the goal lane is 50-50, and so is the jungle, I would say, because Dusty Mizo also tried to make the trade, but EXP lane, I feel like maybe the Hilda would win because of the bush. She has the heal with the bush. But let's see what's gonna happen. I feel like both of these teams pay respect well enough to not do like too much aggressive engages, and they will just wait for the turtle.
Yep, of course, both these sides aware of the strengths of each other. Of course, faced each other a lot of times as well, so they'll be really careful not to engage and be caught out by the opposition. But who gets caught out here? Fanny coming in, steel cables. Does not use as the cutthroat though, and Prime will be able to survive that from Joseph.
An early skill. Oh, okay.
Two-man knock-up. Man, that was good, but yeah, not enough damage yet. Oh, Flicker forced out though. Good resource, burned here by Zohan on the side of Tartarus.
And that basically means that both of the sides do not have a Flicker, but oh, what is happening? Hilda, that was very aggressive, but do get
Zohan on the rise. Zofade Win will get 2 kills here, and Faden gets the turtle. Seems like Tartarus are not at all prepared because this question that Zohan is asking them is completely out of the syllabus.
Out of the syllabus. Okay, you gave me some trauma back. Okay, that happened to me once. But yeah, let's not talk about it. I will get PTSD. But yeah, jokes aside, I mean, Tartarus, I feel like that early lead, I was not expecting, but that win obviously giving the win to his team. But overall, it's nice to see 2 newbie skin into the arena though. But yeah, I would love to see a Ling if it was a best of 3, right? But yeah, anyways, it's a best of 1. It's a Swiss stage and points count. So let's see how the rotations and everything, and the goal lead hasn't really changed drastically much, but 2,000 goal lead under 3 minutes. Zohan does have the early, proper snowball done already, but Fredo, we have seen time and time again, Zohan sometimes struggle to keep it maintained already in the bot lane.
Yep, might be struggling right now, but seems like Joseph does not decide to commit yet. But yeah, that was a good decision on his part. But I feel like he could have actually, got something there out of Dusty, or maybe he does not have the items yet. Oh, knockup coming in, special migration, and Kyle will get the kill onto Prime as he was completely unaware of Gimme waiting in that bush. And AOG coming in, will able to dash away with that chrono dash. Kyle for now safe.
Or safe, but 1 kill goes into the hands of Tartarus, and look at that, the 2,000 goal lead already kind of negligible.
Oh, again! This guy, 2-man knockup into the backlines. Look at Joseph there, wants to get down Dusty Mizo. Prime wants to go in, and with that, he will be able to get one as well onto Joseph. Torn apart memory, completely tearing apart that Fanny. And now Faden lifts up and throws with the Wishing Lantern, but still not enough as Faden will get taken down. And with that, the disengage comes in. But it did go into the favor of Tartarus.
That Prime getting that kill was absolutely necessary, but of course overall Team Tatra still get the positive trade. But oh, they're looking for more Zohan.
Gimme! This guy again and again with his special migrations causing problems here for Zohunt as Win will fall down. The guy who took 2 gets taken down first time, and that is not a good news because as an EXP laner, I mean, Ray always mentions it, you do not want to take up too many kills, and right now he's giving away a lot of gold to Tartarus.
Exactly right. It's I feel like Zohan has been, I feel like it's a repeated thing that they kind of do, but I do understand because their EXP laner is usually more strong into the early phase, but already they're going to be losing the top lane because, that AOG though, they're just
Does
away,
connect. Zaman Force being dropped as well, does not really pick up anyone. Faden, okay. It does seem like, the nerf is visible right now because Faden is running out of mana just, a little bit faster than before.
Absolutely, and overall looking at the map, early game 3-0, but look at that. Tartarus immediately clapping back with only just 2 minutes after that, and I understand Win wants to go for very aggressive, but he needs to wait a little bit, be a little bit more patient, because look at that, the goalies is actually in their hands.
Oh, 1v1! Gets the better of Joseph there in that 1v1. And he will never forget what Joseph did. But there comes Federated Strike and Summon Force along with the Glorious Path.
Oh, Kimmy flicker.
Special migration into the backlines as Kimmy gets everyone. And with that, there it goes. 2 down right now. Might be 3. Yes, it goes down as well. AOG to escape, but will not let him do so. And with that, Tartarus are on the rise once again.
And look at the score immediately. Zohan is still sitting at a 5, while Tartarus now going up to a 9, having 1000 gold lead instead, rising up to 2k, pressing in the mid lane, pressure into the top lane. They're taking lanes left and right, and okay, let's check up the itemization. Okay, the hill is a little bit more tanky, but mid lane, a lot of bursts coming in from Farsa.
Strike and Win will get taken down. There it comes. Cables, steel cables being used here just to check the positions of the enemy. And with that, they want to go in for Prime, but Prime manages to escape their 1 HP. So close, yet so far.
And so far, the score is 5-10. The kills are just completing back to back. 27 might get picked up here. Is it going to be enough damage? I feel like no. Yep.
Oh, trying to do the special migration, connects only onto 1, but Family Problem will be taken down without any issues. But yeah, Kimmy, he has been landing those special migrations so well, and that is causing problems here for Zohan. So that's the reason why, they are not really able to engage, but Joseph decides to go in for Fade and will get taken down and will not be able to escape as Prime gets that kill onto him. Win still trying to get away, using the push, using that passive, but the slowdown coming in from this high loss, the punishment of the ring is just way too much for Win to handle as he will get taken down here.
I like that you call the skill in reverse, and it makes sense in the context. It was the punishment of the ring around him, right? But it is really great how they've made a composition that is basically 80% magic damage, because Joseph is the only one physical, works so well. And the snowball, for a minute, literally for a minute, it looked like it was into the hands of Zohan with 3-0, but you can clearly see the change has happened. 6-14 score. Zohan has been sitting on 5 kills for almost 7 minutes, and they only got 1 more right now. They have lost the lead completely, and there's going to be losing.
Win!
Coming in on
Oh
Win.
my god! He cannot take 3 people at once. Kimmy tries to take down Faden, though he's used the Purify just to escape. And with that, right now Zohunt are not on the rise because they are falling down. Dusty Miso able to escape. Kimmy with these special migrations. This guy, he take the last picks, and the way he did this last pick is so good because it's paying well for Tartarus.
Absolutely right, and that's the essence of I call the roamer leader usually because the roamer is the shot killer, and that's why it's doing so good.
Whoa.
I feel like that is too aggressive. I feel like there's a little bit of ego play. That was kind of unnecessary. I don't know why we did that, but yeah. I mean, it was unnecessary, right? He could have cleared the lane. He just decided to poke. Oh, warning shots coming in from the far side. Is it going to be enough? The
Enough
Harris.
zoning, bro. But family problems. Decide to use the OG to get away. Joseph arrives. Still waiting. Still looking. Special migration has been used, and there it goes. That is the initiation that he was looking for. Prime will fall down. Joseph goes in for Dusty. Gets that revenge elimination that he was looking for all along. And Kyle picks up the Holy Crystal. And with that, right now, the arsenal of TRT Tartarus is complete.
Oh my god. Oh my god, the damage just does not stop.
Oh my god.
Kyle monster kill. And this Guinevere, man. I mean, Guni. Give me on Guni. He is just
Guni's
making
doing
it.
so good.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
making it. He's making everything count. And it's really working well. Oh, the Winter Crown also comes in. Oh, the aggression from TRT. They're just pushing them back. Just pushing them back. Warning shots left and right. They're just making sure, like, oh, Zohan, stay in the base while you take the Lord. You are not coming outside. And Eden with the pressure. And one thing I'd just like to mention. The skin is pretty, man. The new beast is really pretty.
Of course, Neo Beast really pretty, and of course, I was about to say this one thing when we were talking in the cast, in the draft phase, but I did not really say it. Is that do you feel like in this upcoming grand finals, though, do you think we'll see Neo Beast series coming in from Tartarus, or will it be Zohan this time?
We will know, but we will make sure that they use the new beast series, okay?
Yeah.
But, oh, so much crowd control. No survivability.
Coming in.
Tartarus goes in.
And there comes the Crimson Beacon as
So left
well,
and right.
but Joseph decides to go in with the skill cables, will get the kill onto Fade and wants to go in for more. Win will get taken down as well by Kyle. The damage coming in is just way too much. Dusty Mizo will fall for Kyle, takes a triple out of nowhere as Tartarus get the Lord as well. And now Zohunt are left with nothing.
Nothing except for Prime defending himself. The zoom in is personal. But yeah,
Oh
zoom
my
out
God.
as well. The Lord gonna be marching from the mid lane. EOG does get used, but not gonna be able to catch anyone. Look at the zone out from Eden. So much damage. Kyle immediately burst out. He was for
Oh! My God, what is happening here? It seemed like Zohunt were the one in control, but oh
my
with
God.
the flicker play, this guy has been on point. He is the one who has made the comeback
The
happen.
base is gone.
Kudos to this guy, man. Oh my God, spatial migration. I mean, let's start calling Kimi Guni from now on. Come on, he deserves this name after this play.
Guni?
Victory!
Guni?
Yeah, Guni.
Guni. Guni, okay. Guni, the new roamer for Touch.
Kim Gun.
Okay, no, not that one. You're gonna get a different thing. You're not gonna
Oh
get
my
spatial
God.
migration.
I'm gonna get
But yeah.
migrated.
But yeah, jokes aside though, this game definitely like for just 1 minute, Tartarus, I don't know if it felt like Tartarus was giving charity, like, oh, you can have the first minute of the game. That's basically what they made to Zohan. It felt like the game was maybe at least the early snowball. I was expecting at least 5 minutes of Zohan getting some momentum, but they immediately destroyed it on the 3rd minute. Tartarus just came in so strong, and there was just no response from the side of Zohan. And it's really, really showing Tartarus is still on a different frequency, and I feel like Zohan to reach that, of course, do not be disheartened. It's just a day one, and I mean, it happened on previous season, right? Zohan obviously did not look like a strong team, but they came back. They were the first one to defeat Tartarus, not just in a series, but the first one. So yeah, I feel like Zohan does have it. I feel like there needs to be a little bit more refinement, and definitely the draft mistakes was. I know they do not want to give out the Kalia, they do not want to give out the Lucas, but they need to work around a little bit more and find something. They gave out Harith and they gave out Fanny, two of the really strong key makers for Tartarus. If you do not have a response, it's going to be really difficult. And clearly, they did not have a response for Kyle's Harith and the Fanny.
Yeah, of course, they did try to, make it work with the Brody, but I feel like that was the weakest point there at Brody. I mean, you cannot really make a Brody. Of course, in terms of theory, it does work against the Fanny and the Harriet. Okay, good in the laning phase. It can handle its own lane. But what do you do when a Farsight Hylos comes into play? That's when the Brody does fall off. So, in an overall
Exactly,
composition
yeah.
of the team,
Right.
the range is not there at all. And on top of that, I mean, how do you deal with the Hylos? You have Of course, you have a Zushin, but even the Zushin, right? I mean, the mana runs out way too fast in the early game, so it's not a viable option to deal with the high loss in the early game. And now you have the Suyo, which cannot do too much. Brody cannot do too much. Of course, the Hilda did try its best in the early game, but of course, that's what the Hilda is for, just the early game advantage and the aggression. But after that, things start to fall off. And when when it's time to depend on the goal laner, you cannot really depend on a Brody, right? So yeah, that answers for itself.
Yes, I feel like to make the Brody work a little bit more, he needs a proper team composition, and he's a situational. I feel like he's a
Yep.
little bit more situational than Harith, who's just universal. Just pick up Harith any game, it's gonna work 99% of the time, except a few exceptions, right? He's not Harith, so they need to find something for the basically to make if they want to
Ah.
make Brody work. I mean, maybe Prime really likes the newbie skin, okay? He might want to use it, but if they want to make it work, this was not the composition. You're absolutely right. When the Hylos charges in, Zushin can pick him up, but that is basically when Zushin is picking someone up, she's vulnerable. She cannot pick up another target. That moment basically gives Joseph the green light to go inside, or Kyle to use up his chrono dashes and dish out the damage, because we clearly saw the burst was just too much for even the Gotot to handle. She's just a Zushin. I mean, look at her. She's so soft, and he's not going to be able to take it. So yeah, I feel like if they're basically going to make a trade for Zushin, they really have to make sure their choices are counted and everything is measured. But of course, it's just round one. It's day one, guys. It's a new beginning for Nerd 2.0. So we're going to be looking more forward to them, and I hope Tartarus is in definitely a different frequency tonight, and I hope to see Zohan reaching that frequency soon.
Yep, and with that, we'll be taking a break and we'll be right back with more action on WarDrum Games because tonight's action is not over yet. Because at the end of today, the last match, we'll be having IGN versus Peak to Plummet. Of course, Peak to Plummet, if you remember, one of those heroes that rised up in our
They
first
were in
season.
peak.
Yep, they were peak in the first season. So let's see if they're still on peak or has IGN gotten better because oh my god, the way IGN has fallen off, my god, it's something that needs to be discussed, but we'll discuss it soon in the last match. But before that happens, we'll be right back after a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Northeast Underdog 2.0. Oh, that's right. This is the 2.0, and we're going to be heading straight into the fourth game of this evening of the Swiss stage of the top dogs. Of course, this is the underdog, but first we, of course, need to we need to find out our first main top dog. So who's going to be going against the underdog? So this is the Swiss stages, and this is the day one we just started. And the match is going to be between Armageddon versus Experiment 5. And onto the casting desk, it's me, the real husband for Zushin. It's Ray, and this is Debbie, who is stolen tonight. I'm just letting her borrow for now. She will get someone else. But yeah, hi Debbie, nice to have you on camera making your debut.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm gonna be doing camera, and a little bit disappointed that I got Jushin into my background when I should be getting Chow. I got runs on Chow, but whatever, guys. But
Yeah,
yes,
we
yeah. Please don't check my history if I put Chow in my background. But
there's not going to be any punishment because it's not a best of 3. So they have the chance. And second thing is that I feel
I think it's gonna be legit cinematic.
of course, but anyways, Debbie, thank you because we're already into the land of dawn. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the round 1 Swiss stage between Armageddon versus Experiment 5. This is the 4th game of the evening, and onto the casting desk, it's Debbie and Ray, as you can see on your screen. But let's see how this game is going to be progressing. We have the draft already done. It's looking quite 50-50 in my opinion, but the execution is what's going to matter. But so far, the rotations are there, and we're just going to be seeing the minute here and there trades being made until the first turtle.
First turtle is gonna be the setup of the times here, but look at the top side. The pressure is already there, and I think they are, for Experiment 5, they really are doing a really good job in trying to focus onto their goal lane instead, because they are into the weaker lane. Even though Amota is into this goal lane as of now, he's, it's a Moscow. He's not gonna be dealing that much of a damage into the early part of this game, and especially saying that he have the
Yeah.
flicker now, not the inspire. So yes, this is gonna be a really good match, because look at that, a poking game started here.
Absolutely right. They're trying to trade the HP, force up the recalls, because that's the best possible trade you can make into early game. And Experiment 5, I'm not I'm not acquainted with their team completely, but of course I'm acquainted with Charin, Amocha, and Super M. So it's really nice to see some familiar names coming in. But of course, we can clearly see Ito making a little bit of domination. Amocha trying to sidestep, but is it going to be enough? And I think that works. And then, already look at the Alpha trying to make a trade as well. But there's a Sanguine Claws. Martin's looking for the decimation, gets the kill, looking for a little bit more, secures the double. Might be going for a triple because Super M that might watch out the positioning, but he does have HP, he does have resources, but at the same time into the bottom lane, we can clearly see the domination coming in from the CC on top of the Hylos, but already a 2-0 trade in just 2 minutes.
Oh my goodness, Ray, I think Experiment 5, they did not see this coming. They do not see the rotations coming as well. And I think you know what? I think Charlie Brown here is making a statement that the turtle can go to hell. What if I get the kills instead? Yeah, right, that has to be something here. But look at the taunt.
The taunt coming in. There was the curtain call as well being done. 2 already being stuck, but Charin gonna be in a tough position. But the EOG comes in alongside the RWM, the Matilda, and Charlie Brown secures a kill with the decimation. Looking for a little bit more, but he's also quite taken low. But look at it. Everyone's low HP. Will he be able to do so? The Revitalize comes in clutch. And Bronze Boy going for the kill. But Roy right now will also get taken down left and right. There's the SOD connects in, but he doesn't really commit to it, knowing well that he doesn't have the damage just yet. But that was a really back and forth engage in both.
Oh my goodness, 3 kills for Charlie Brown and Martis into the 3 minutes of this game. This is something that Experiment 5 has to take care of. They need to shut down this Martis because they do not want him going for the snowball, and especially if he gets to the 5 kills, I think that's it for them. But look at the mid side. It's just a taunt here. Maybe Ryota is just trying to go for the stacks here, so that has to be it. Just, you know, into the early part of this game, especially on a hero like Sicilian, you are so late. But look at the bot side again.
That bot side, I feel like CC was playing with the confidence of having the advantage over the Hylos, but did not pay attention to the positioning of Charlie and got taken down immediately. The second turtle is going to be coming up in a few seconds or so, and it's going to be the main contender as well. But Charin looking for an angle, but there's the Hylos coming in. Charin uses the spear to retreat, but Elite will be biting the dust instead. I feel kind of bad because Eve did not have any escape skill. Charin could not really do anything about it and had to leave his friends under the bus.
Yeah, and the wheels on the bus are going. I can't help, I'm sorry, but look at the top side. There might be something here.
Okay, Mocha really clever outmaneuvering, but is it going to be really enough? Gets the Tornado Eye to get out of the situation. Charin finally learning he's not going to let his gold laner die at least. He does find the momentum. The second class come in, but at least Amocha, despite the 4-man engage, was able to come out safe. That is quite impressive, but of course, Charin, he was the main, one defending it. But anyways, the turtle is up. I feel like Team X-Men 5 are just in no position to contest this one.
Yeah, the thing about Armageddon is that they love Bronze Boy onto the Hylos, but he loves to go for the rotation, even to the fact that he gives up his XP lane in order to get a fight onto the goal side, and this is what they have been doing. Look at the rotations coming through.
Rotation, and look at the kill. Ryota securing a kill onto Amocha. Super M might be in trouble as well because the magic damage is just a little bit too much. His passive only does defense against physical, and it's not enough. Charin trying to make a trade onto the bottom lane, trying to get the orange buff at least. They do get a turret though, so that is one positive trade for them, but 10 a deficit of kills. RWM into the mid lane as well, trying to defend out the lane, but it's going to be really enough. SOD into the mid lane. They do defend it, but at the cost of 2 resources being baited out. 4,000 gold lead for Armageddon.
Yeah, that has to be it. Look at that, the CC immunity for Charlie Brown here. The quick decision making, that he knows that the AOZ was gonna be there, and yeah, he don't care. He's not gonna be caring about any kind of CCs that Experiment 5 are trying to provide for him. Look at the rotations here. Armageddon, they are still looking for fights, Ray.
And look at the damage that's coming in from the Sicilian. Charin just trying to put us some time. It's not going to be enough because the damage coming in. Ito secures a kill, double kill. He might be looking for a triple, but the Martis might have something to say about it now. The Circus Girl will retreat. Amocha, though, trying to make a little bit of a trade onto the top lane. Dishing out the damage, takes down the turret, makes one positive more trade for himself, but he better watch out his positioning. He's looking for Ryota though. Might be able to do that because he does close the distance. Needs to be in the but Ito comes in with the bazooka, secures a kill. And of course, the recall taunts are going to be coming in for that flex. And the turtles spawning in. Team Experiment 5 have basically close to no kills, only one secured into their hands, and the goal lead is rising up to 6 to 7k in just under 7 minutes.
My goodness, this is the most kills I've seen in just one team under 7 minutes to say the least. And look at that, 137 stacks onto the hands of Ryota here, onto the 7 minutes row, and he's gonna be hurting a lot where the later part of the game goes. But look at Bronze Boy.
Bronze Boy with the initiation, the aggressive play, Super Rim using the AOG defensively, wants to go out of the situation, but Matilda might just be fighting the dust here, but of course the Guiding Winds will be able to save them from any kind of danger. They're going for it, they do have the damage, but their turret is going to be saving the day. Amocha onto the far lane, trying to make the Moskov play, the classic, trying to do the backdoor as much as possible, but of course the Matilda gonna be giving them the mobility. But 14 kills under 7 minutes, that's basically 2 kills per minute. That is just impressive work for the hands of Armageddon. And right now they're just putting so much pressure. Amocha, I feel like he was trying to retreat, but could not find the angle to do so. 16 to 1.
The pressure given by JJ4 for into this Matilda is too much, because like you mentioned, it's just the only option for Amota was trying to go for this kind of split push potential. But look at the single class. I think there might be a little skirmishes, but no, not yet. But yeah, back to the point. I think Amota, I think he's so thirsty for the goal that the only thing that's available for him are going for, where he goes for those split push so as to get the goal. But that's where the pressure from JJ4 onto the Matilda comes in. He's so fast, flying in, flying out, and reaching the position right on time. And look at the goal differences between the two goal leaders here already. 7k for the side of Team Armageddon. Ito, he's already so far. And look at that, another build. But look at Bronze Boy.
Bronze Boy going for a Mocha, baits out the flicker. That's basically a free kill for Ryota. The AOG being used up as well. Get out of the situation. The damage, it might be a little bit too much. Eve forced to use the flicker again and again because there's just no positioning they can find themselves in. The Matilda and Hylos, it might just be a little bit too overwhelming for them. Okay, they're gathering into the mid lane. Could be a possible skirmish because Team Experiment 5, they're just not prepared. Oh, the Sanguine Claws connects. Eve was just not prepared. The damage was too much. The curtain call could not save her. And her curtains are basically called off. And right now the Lord spawned in, 9 minutes in, 18 kills. Basically, Armageddon is following the rule. 2 kills per minute.
2 kills per minute. You have to stick to the bucket list. Just try to get 2 kills per minute, and they are doing just that. And Charlie Brown, man, I think the early game where he opted to go for the kills instead of the turtle was some kind of a decision that people don't usually make. And yeah, they are making it work for it. They give out the turtle, but into the hands of the Martys, he already got the 2 kills. So that's the pressure that the Martys have. But then again, Amota still sticking to the original plan. Even if he dies working for it, he's gonna be, he might be caught here. Maybe nothing just yet, but Bronze Boy might be going for the chase, and Charlie Brown will be going for something here because he's still trying to look for Amota, but look at him, he's careless.
Yeah, that was actually good kind of a play. He's trying to outmaneuver as much as possible because Charlie Brown, of course, has the retribution. After using the Mortal Coil, he will not be able to chase him that much, but look at the base. It's just going to be losing out. Ito with his 5 here's the damage. The lost already into the base, dishing out the damage. The turret might just be lost here because it's just 1 hit away. 1 bullet from the Granger and the base could be over. But a double kill into the hands of Ito. Team Experiment 5 looking for a clapback, but can they do it? The base is just 1 HP away, but Team Armageddon, they do not care. They do not care about the base, they care about the maniac. They want the savage, but of course Moskov nowhere gonna be found. The minion is like, get the job done, guys, get the base done, as Armageddon secures a game. They did not want to end the game because they knew it, they had it in their grasp.
Man, oh man, Ray. Armageddon, I think I have to bully them for not making me talk this game. Right? I wanted to speak, guys. Why do we keep on fighting? Well, actually, it's good. It's good that they keep on fighting because their draft, their composition was made to look for fights. Because look at that, it's Ito onto the Grander, it's Charlie Brown onto the Martis. These two are highly skill and kill dependent heroes because they're gonna be going for the Sky Piercer too on top of the damage, on top of the damage, and especially on a hero Martis, he's absolutely gonna be going for the damage because he wants to have the decimation, the true damage, having that great amount of damage that he can dive in for. So yeah, that has to be a very, very good start for Armageddon too. And from then on, when you know that you are ahead, you want to go for the fight, and this is exactly what they are doing. And yeah, a little bit of slander for not letting me talk, but jokes aside, it was an actually perfect, exceptional decision making by Armageddon because yeah, go for fights in this kind of lineup, guys.
Absolutely. Having the Mars is basically kills, 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 and they made it really executed really well. The Mars falls off enter later phases when his damage kind of falls off because most of the time the Mars goes in for basically this tank build with Swan Sky Piercer. At most, there's the anti-heal, right? But
Hmm.
he did not go for it. Went full damage, knowing well that they could end the game. The confidence was nice to see, and they had a team composition, they had an execution in mind, and they made it work. And it's really nice to see that they were able to do so against Experiment 5, who's actually not a weak team at all, but it felt like not almost, it was completely one-sided game. And it's
Yeah.
actually nice to see a team having so much powers, but I'm really looking forward to what Armageddon has in store for us. It was nice to be seeing Debbie. What comments you have, except for, of course, they did not give you any moment to talk about.
Oh my goodness, I think Armageddon, they are really doing a good job, but still, Ray, I think, yeah, they did not let me talk, but let me speak now. But yeah, they for the start, I can't keep stretching this enough. I'm gonna be putting emphasis on that because we were talking about how much important the first turtle is gonna be, but Charlie Brown has a decision of his own. He wants to make his own plays. He wants to go for the kills, so as to have the stacks, so as to have the damage onto the decimation as well, because he wants the level. He wants to go for the damage. He wants to go in all the time, and that has been what they have been doing. And one thing I am really, really surprised, but very how do I say, very I think that they did good on was they want to focus onto the goal lane because that is their strong side. A Gwenter against a Moskov is what they want to do, and even to the extent that Bronze Boy has to leave his lane and try to minimize the pressure coming out from the goal for his goal laner, and enable him as much as possible. And yeah, you fit your damage dealer, you got your wins.
Yes, it was really nice actually. Armageddon is looking quite good and strong. And I'm really looking forward to what they have in store for us because of course it's just round one, day one, ladies and gentlemen. But of course we have to take a short break, right? Or Debbie, do you want to talk a little bit more because you did not get a chance to do so? You need to, you need, you need to, anything you want to say more? Of course, get your chance. Come on.
I lost everything when I do face cam. I'm sorry, guys. I lost everything when I do face cam. I'm very.
It's the first
Next
time,
time
guys.
I'm doing. It's my
It's the
first time.
first
If I
time.
do not, yeah, if I do not analyze, do my analysis as analysis as much as I used to do, I'm sorry for that. I'll try
Hmm.
better next time because this is my first time and I have Jushin in the back. It's Ray's, not mine. So yeah,
Yeah.
let me talk next time, Armageddon. Thank you.
but yeah, but yeah, of course, Debbie making her debut. Damn, Debbie making her debut of her face cam, and of course, it's gonna take some time. Okay, so thank you to everybody who's supporting her, and of course. Northeast Underdog tournament on WarDrum Games, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, we're going to be taking a short break and we're going to be diving straight into the fifth game as well because, of course, there's games left. And the last one is kept for the best, the IGN versus Peak Deployment. If you're waiting for that, you obviously have to catch the other matches as well. This is the Swiss Stages round one. We'll be taking a short break, but we'll be back with the next two teams clashing in a best of one.
Welcome back, everyone, to Nerd 2.0, presented by WarDrum Games, and we are back onto the Swiss rounds. And this is going to be a BO1 series between Team Maksad Gang taking on the Eliminators. So I'll be a caster Itami, and joining me will be another caster that is going to be Zevo. So Zevo, hello, give me your thoughts regarding this match.
Hi, Tami. This match is gonna be our last second match of the day, I believe. So the excitement is still there. First day of the Nerd 2.0, as you mentioned, it is quite what do you call it? The starting of a big fire as we approach more and more rounds, right? So this I'm quite excited to see this match as well because of course we have ET the Eliminators going against Team Maksad Gang. So both the teams they are quite into the pro scenes and we are quite familiar with both the teams as well. So they will be knowing each of their it depends on the execution. And I think Maksud Gang, if they are able to nail that execution, then they should be able to, get a hold on to the eliminators. But once again, this is gonna be a best of one series in the Swiss stage, round one, and already we are into the land of Donka.
Yep, and for now they will just be focusing onto those basic rotation. Oh my god, the first blood being drawn quite early. Bids get taken down right at the start of the game, and that might actually give the mid laner a bit of an advantage in terms of clearing those lanes as fast as possible compared to the Sicilian.
Definitely. So first blood would be the mage, as you said, and as you said, it's just quite unfortunate for Bit to be the one falling down, but he did not waste much of his valuable resources. So I guess it should be fine as long as they do not give any more kills onto the side of Team Maksat Gang. But look at that, Cody just invading the jungle of Team ET right now. Art might be in danger because he is getting chased out, but then again, Moon comes in from the backside with the electrifying beats, gets ejected inside, is the first one to get taken out for the side of Makshat Gang, but Art will be following up and he will be getting taken down. So right now, it is a 2-for-1 score being in the favor of Team Maksat Gang.
Yep, but it's the rumor, Art, he doesn't carry out that much gold compared to the gold laner or maybe the jungler and even the mid laner. So it would be quite equal. But for now, it's Team Maksad Gang. They are quite leading with it. But the gold lead is still favorable for the side of Team Eliminators. And looks like the turtle has already been spawned. The poking games are still going on. And if Redren, if he comes up to a position to hit his appraiser's wrath right onto the time, then the damage will be dishing out. He will be able to sustain a lot onto those team fights. But for now, early game wise, Fredrin is also won't be also that much tanky unless he gets those defense items he needs.
Yes, definitely. So Fredrin is quite reliant on his items. And if we look at the positioning of Art right now, he's just going around checking the bush, but he does get caught up. He's not level 4 yet, so he cannot go in with his unstoppable force, right? But then again, Saramon is just trying to scare them off. Cody, however, not being faced at all. The turtle leaning towards the side of ET, but they decide to go for a fight, and that is the feathered airstrike coming in from far side right there. Zoning him out, Legend will be flickering away, but Art will be getting taken out in the hands of Kai. Right there, Moon just escaping with a sliver of HP, but tries to go for a burst. Electrifying Beast definitely there, and Sai is there to get taken out, followed up by Cody. A really well triple kill coming in from Moon, taking 3 people out for the side of Maksat Gang, turning up the whole tide of the game right before the first turtle, and it will be going in the side uncontested.
Look at Kai. She almost got taken down as well. 3-for-1 as well as the turtle going for the side of Team Eliminator. So definitely they found those traits they wanted and they are trying to crank up onto the EXP lane too. Legend and Saramon were trying to dive in, but at the end it's the gut of Kata. He will be able to sustain it for now. But okay.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So we do see quite a jungle invade coming in from both the sides, and Moon is quite successful in taking that blue buff away from the side of Maksat Gang, leaving Fredrin a bit, less of an XP, but still they are none to be faced down. A great rotation coming in from Legend right there, the rotating from all the way from his lane towards the mid lane, trying to provide some assistance. But then again, both the teams, they are just taking it slow because any point of the game, it might just be enough to turn the tide that they have against themselves again.
Exactly, and for now, Eliminators are having that slight amount of lead. The towers are still equal, and the shields are yet to be popped down. So they will be trying to initiate more in order to get more trades. And looks like Fate, he is able to land some hits onto that gold tower. That will be giving him some kind of an gold advantage compared to the Harith. And if the 1v1 kind of a situation happens, then it will be Fate who will be coming up onto the top. And looks like they might be trying to initiate onto the mid side. There are 3 members trying to gank up, but they are aware of the positioning, and Legend was trying to dive in, but still they are not able to find those trees. The turtle about to be spawning, and looks like the gank might be coming up onto the bot lane this time.
Definitely Harry trying to get marked by the side of ET, but he knows that if he stays alone, that he will be falling down. So he does get a little bit low while waiting for the turtle to spawn in. Art trying to go for an engage maybe, but not finding the ground, so he will still be getting away. But no, Saranmun says otherwise, playing really aggressive, goes for the electrifying beats, but once again, Sai flickers out. Art takes the last hit in his hands, and he will be getting taken down. But still, oh my goodness, the taunt coming in from Kacha as well. Tatakai taking out Art, and once again, Luca coming in from the backline. Saramun gets bursted down in his hands, shut down coming in from Lucas. But Fate, again, he does not land his Rhapsody nor his Death Sonata, so they will still be surviving that massacre.
It will be, it is quite favorable for the side of Team Akshat because they bought some time, but okay, the fist crack coming up from that Badang.
Yep, definitely fist crack coming in from Legend right there, but flickers out right before the Appraiser Rats come in. But look at that, Farsa trying to get a kill onto Legend, but he will still be getting away a bit, popping out his Bat's Feast just in the nick of time, and will be escaping. But once again, Saranmun is up, and this time the turtle will still be going in the hands of ET.
Yep, an uncontested turtle actually, because Fredrin, he is nowhere near to be contesting it, and even if he goes in, he's just gonna be bursted down. And Eliminators, they are having quite of a goal lead. It's almost 4 to 5k, and looking at the objectives, they have the 2-tower advantage as well. So the map control is definitely favorable for the side of Team Eliminators. Look at Tatakai taking that damage, and Fate, he decided to go out with the Sea Halberd, which is quite okay. That initiation comes up.
Initiation comes up, but Tatakai will be getting away with his AOG getting used up defensively. Now one big resource is wasted out, given that he is the main setter, because Florin is there just for the heals, right? But then again, Saranmun trying to find more and more ways to farm up, while ET gives more and more pressure onto the side of Maksat gang. But look at that, Cody, he is quite out of position, but once again, follow-up comes in from both the teams. Bat's Feast gets used up. The heal is there from Florin. Legend will be the first one to fall down. Fate, however, trying to land a kill on Tatakai, but no, will be missing out his Death Sonata, but born to the backline. Art and Bit gets taken out in the hands of Lukam with the Parrot, but Saranmun evening out the score, taking the double kill and avenging his teammates falling down.
Exactly, and the Harith, Lukum, he is trying to target those backlines as much as possible as soon as the team fights are popping. He is getting those trades, but the problem is he's falling down onto that process. And being a goal leader, if you fall out like that, then definitely you will be giving out the goal lead, and there goes the Farsa.
My goodness, Farsa really out of position, as she will be getting taken out in the hands of ET. I mean, they are really aggressive, given that they have a Joy and they have the Joy as well. But look at that flicker coming in from Legend. Won't be able to land his fist wall, but once again, Ejector coming inside, gets taken down. Legend really on the brink of death, but no, he will still be surviving. Appraiser's Rat comes in, he will be getting taken down, but Fate does follow up with a double kill in his hands. It is definitely a 1-for-2 trade coming in from the side of ET.
Yep, still favorable for the side of Team ET, and I guess the 6k goal lead is being, coming on quite handy. Looks like the Lord has already been spawned, and if they try to contest it, Eliminators will be able to secure it quite. Oh my god, Saranmun just dives in!
Goodness, Saranmun, oh my goodness, he is really aggressive today, maybe taking out all of the day's stress onto the side of Maksat gang, because he's not stopping. 911 KDA in his hands, the highest kill, but he usually it's Saranmun, like he plays a little bit passively waiting for his teammates, but this time Art is definitely backing him up, playing more and more aggressive, because they still want to choke down Team Maksat gang, and they won't be stopping. But look at that bottom lane, definitely pressure is there, but Maksat gang, they still have a little bit of time until the Lord spawns.
Yep, and it's only the inhibitor towers remaining for their side, and funny thing is they haven't. Oh my god, there comes another initiation.
Definitely. Cody gets ejected right in between. Fate will be taking the kill in his hands. But once again, the main jungler for the side of Team Maksat Gang is the one that fell down. And, Harry was the first one to get picked out, but Fate, he still decided that he can go for that Granger. But look at that. Flicker used up just to get away from that inhibitor. I think that was quite a wrong choice, but look at that. Legend goes in with a fist crack, lands a kill on the side, double kill in his hands. The Kai gets taken out once again, but oh my goodness, monster kill coming in from Seramun. 3 people down for the side of Team Maksud. That is 4. Tataka is the only one remaining, but he won't be enough to save the base. And ET, they take the win.
Victory!
GG's and well played for the side of Team Eliminators. That was quite, let's be honest, like that was quite one sided, but still, Maksad Gang, I do believe the utility kind of a draft that it didn't actually work out. Early game
Yes.
wise, Serar Moon dominated by far, and he was able to find those trades. Like he completely decided to, go out as aggressive as possible onto the early phases of the game, and it definitely favored them. Art, like usual, he just went out with those initiations, and he was completely fearless in terms of diving those lanes as well as getting those trades for their side. So the fruit is definitely here, and Eliminators will be taking the game for their side.
Yep, definitely. And Bit, he did not even get the chance to shine because Seramun was the one doing all the work. I won't say it's because he's being selfish, but they were just looking to end the game quite really really fast, and they did. They were able to end the game quite faster than your usual tournament games. But as you said, the utility pick from the side of Team Maksat Gang, it did not play out well in their favor, and their whole draft is quite late, mid to late centric, because if even if we take Florence, she needs her flash to start healing, and Team Eliminators, they did not give the chance to Maksat Gang to farm up at all. So overall, it really really played out in their favor.
Definitely, early game aggression wise, Eliminators, they perfectly executed it and they got the results. They like took the victory, and they will be progressing further onto the Swiss round. They will be going on onto the upper brackets, and Maksad Gang, they will be still be fighting, but from the lower brackets. And it would be better if Team Maksad Gang, they come up with a proper strategy this time. They were facing Eliminators. They are, compared to Team Maksad Gang, Eliminators, I did already said it, like Eliminators will be having the higher advantage looking at the draft too. And it actually, that's exactly what happened. Execution wise, it was definitely Team Eliminators who outshined them, and they got the results.
Yep, definitely. So 100%, 100% win in their hands because of draft. They won the draft. Their draft was quite superior, as you said, and initiation execution wise as well. So this is the importance of winning the draft, right, Itami? But it was quite a fast-paced match. We didn't get to see much, and I hope we do get to see more and more quite long matches in the future. But for now, we will still be bringing you more matches. But this is your caster Zio and Itami, and we will both be signing off. Nope.
We are back with Nerd 2.0, Swiss Chase round number one, day number one. And this is going to be one of the most anticipated matches for the night. And it will be Team IGN taking on Team Peak to Plummet. So I'll be your caster Itami once again. And joining me this time will be Debbie. And Debbie, give me your introduction. So, hello, how are you doing, Debbie?
Very great, Italy, and I'm very excited to see this match because it's Picture Plummet and it's IDN. Picture Plummet has been one of the top teams so many hits that IZN, not IZN, Peak has to play around with, and very understandable so, because right now we're gonna be jumping into the Land of Dawn in this best of one series, probably the last game of today, but we'll never know what's gonna be happening, because right now it's actually chosen on to a pick of heroes, one of his forte, so we are gonna be seeing if a Peak can utilize this macro dependent, crowd control dependent heroes that they have in the draft, or is IZN gonna be using their pickup heroes to their full advantage?
Exactly. And for now, just the basic rotations as well as those neutral objectives. They are trying to get that as soon as possible. Early game wise, both of the teams, they are actually heavily reliant onto that early as well as onto the mid team composition. So whichever team who gets the higher kill count, they will be having more of an advantage, unless it goes to the lead and they decide to rely onto that marksman. Okay,
Ooh.
Suya was getting quite poked down. He has already reached that level 4 mark, and look at Aaron the creator, he is getting quite poked down onto the top side as well.
Yeah, the poking games are coming through, and I think Peak Deployment, they do have the advantage into the early game just because they have a Louis that can have a better setup than Selena. But if we focus onto the mid side, right, look at the stun coming through, which was able to chunk down the HPs of Minzies, and he's gonna be trying to utilize this map advantage. But look at the dive.
Aizen was getting quite poked down, but he will be forced out to use out his revive. And they will not find those trades. He will be able to tank that damage, but the damage has been done. The revitalize would have been coming up quite handy onto those team fights. But look at Aizen getting quite poked down, and looks like it might be an uncontested turtle for the side of Team Peak to plummet. They are easily able to get it. Still no first blood, but objective wise, Peak are having the upper hand.
Yeah, they are definitely going to be having the upper hand, and we're going to be seeing a brawl between the Lucas and the Hylos onto the bot side. But look at that.
Oh, the initiation onto that Lucas, but still the beast form has been used out by Mirio in escape. That was quite a smart play. A lot of ultimates were baited out onto that team fight. So Mirio, not only he did tank out the damage, the Blazing Duet coming up from that Claude. Skyzen is getting quite poked down, but still look at both of them. They are not dishing out that high amount of damage that they are supposed to. Like, it's understandable. It's still early phases of the game, and they haven't got their items yet.
Yeah, this is going to be definitely, I think, that the young players are going to be doing, right? Because Aaron still young, Skyzen still very young, so they're going to be showing out what their skills are going to be like. But look at Joseph in his position.
The chip coming up with the teleportation play. The first blood is yet to be drawn. The retribution out by Baba, but still Jozen was able to escape with it somehow, and looks like Peak as well as IGN, they will not be finding that first blood, at least for now. But okay, the diversion comes out, and they might be trying to engage onto that bot side. Aizen, he needs to be looking up onto his positioning, but still, there comes the initiation as well as the Glorious Battery being used out. The Yin Yang combo from the Louis, and that will be your first blood going for the side of Team Peak to plummet.
Oh my goodness, that was a good diversion play coming in. 3 members onto one diversion, and that has gonna be the best sets that make. But look at Papa.
Yeah, Papa just got the purple buff as well. Apparently, the Spear of Destruction did connect. The Tsunami Slam comes up from Jozen, but he will be taken down on. He was not able to sustain that damage. Meteor tries to dive in with that beast form, but he will be taken down onto that process. Looks like Respec is trying to dive in with those electrifying beads, but he won't be able to do so, which goes down. That was an overextension. Even if the Abyssal Arrow did connect, there were 4 people waiting for that, and looks like the Gold Tower will be taken, but IGN, they didn't find the trees they were supposed to. There goes the chip with the teleportation play. Aaron, the creator, gets instantly punished.
Oh my goodness, there was a very, very early death coming through, and the rotation coming out from Skyzen, able to join onto the team fights and proceeding to farm onto the bot lane, the bot side as well. He's not going to be losing anything at all. And there we go, another turtle onto the hands of Picture Plummet. They are showing dominance purely into the early parts of this game, because already they have 2k gold leads, and the fight might be still on. Meteor with the shockwave.
He just tries to dive in, but Mirio, he will be losing his life. That was definitely not a good trade, which comes up with the Abyssal Arrow, able to secure that kill onto Skyzen. But that play from Mirio, even if he got that, which was able to secure that kill, I do not think that would be quite worth it. And if Skyzen managed to escape, that would have been definitely a plus point for the side of Team Click to plummet. There comes the Tsunami Slam from the Kalea, but Jozen, he will be initiating, but still there is no proper damage dealer to be taking up that kill. But the diversion comes up. There are two people. They are trying to initiate the Yin Yang combo. Is also there. Jozen will be taken down onto that process. He will be losing his life for being out position. There comes the Abyssal Arrow from Witch, and he is still trying to initiate. Witch still tries to dive in, but he might not be able to do so. There comes the S30 from Skyzen, and he dives in onto Witch, able to get those kills. And the teleportation plays as well as the divergence are coming up quite handy for the side of Team Peak. They are completely dominating the pace of the game.
Oh my god.
Respect tries to dive in once again. There is the glorious pathway from Aizen trying to dive in onto Respect, but Respect won't be taken down. He was able to escape with those dashes, but Skyzen out position. The Kalia might be trying to dive in. The Tsunami Slam is still not there. They will be able to get another tower, and looks like Leminar, he will be trying to initiate with that teleportation. He doesn't have his ultimate yet, and they will be deciding to disengage. Minio is waiting there, and there comes the divergent play, and you never know where you are going to be ganked up. And the creator is quite far up, and I guess he does realize that the diversion has been used out by that Louis, the concealed play coming up, and looks like Leminar, he will be trying to use that teleportation, but he is not able to connect onto anyone. That was two, ultimate baits, but still, I guess that will buy enough time for the side of TP to commit to get that turtle.
Yeah, this is gonna be a purely again for everywhere for Pick to Plummet every lane they are in. They're always gonna be looking for the gains and the kills that they already had into the 7 minutes of this game. 8 kills already, and Skyzen is gonna be farming up quite a lot in comparison to Aaron the Creator, because right now we are gonna be seeing a 1 XP difference. That's gonna be meaning that the goal lead is gonna be too much for Skyzen. But look at the stun coming through. No damage just yet. Oh, sword cut.
SOD didn't connect onto anyone apparently, and looks like Zozen will be trying to dive in with the Tsunami Slam, but he doesn't have the backup, and it will be him instead getting taken down. That was not a good trade, definitely, but the diversion comes up, and we never know where it is going to be. It is going to be onto Aaron the Creator, but I guess Aaron was aware of it this time, and that was, he baited out his sprint, but still he was able to save his life somehow.
Yeah, that was a good read coming out from Victor as well, serving the position of the teams of Pick to Plummet here. But then again, I think how long are they going to be playing this hide and seek game? Because IGN, I don't think they are, they are freely available here, because look at that, Muriel might be in trouble.
Oh, the glorious pathway being used out, and looks like the tower will be secured, but still, Jozen is still trying to initiate. But even if they try to do so, they are not finding those trades like they are supposed to. Peak to Plummet, they are leading in terms of the objectives as well as the goal lead. So even, if it is a 1v3 kind of a situation for favorable for the side of Team IGN, then it might be the different case, but the Tsunami Slam being yet to be used out. The teleportation is there. Jozen comes up with the Tsunami Slam, but he doesn't have the backup he needs. He gets taken down once again. They are trying to dive in into Aaron the Creator, but he will be using the Blazing Duet in order to save his life. But Skyzen tries to dive in as well, and that will be a double for that Louis. The Yin Yang combination is quite up to the point. The flicker being used out by her in order to escape, and she is able to do so. 2-for-0 trade favorable for the side of Team Peak.
They are going to be still trying to look for it, but Witch will be able to survive, and Meteor gone to the miss. Oh, it's actually Respect, but he might be falling down, but not yet. But yeah, I think, oh my goodness, Peak, they're everywhere at this point. Look at the stuns, even though it connects, there wasn't anything they can do, but low, okay. Oh my goodness.
He almost got taken down. Meteor was there with the beast form. He is still trying to able to sustain it out. Somehow the Spear of Destruction connects, and Respect, okay, and the Creator is trying to dive in onto Skyzen. The SOD was up to the point, but still it was not able, he was not able to take down Mirio, and Mirio almost got a kill onto Yaipava, and he almost got the shutdown.
Yeah, there was the mobility advantage that Yaifaba have onto that trio here. There's absolutely nothing that Jojen here can do trying to stun on him, but look at the shortcut again!
Oh, shortcut play has been used out once again by that chip. The glorious path is being used out by Aizen in order to initiate. But still, one of the things that is kind of surprising is both of the teams, they are going all out with their ultimates, but still, they are not finding those streets that they will want to. But in terms of the objectives, Peak to Plummet are still the ones leading, and they will be able to shut down that first lot quite quickly. A diversion comes up onto 4 people, and there comes the dive, and the creator gets taken down this time, and he wasn't aware of it. It was, a calculated diversion coming up from that Louis.
I don't think there are chances for IZN to try to read that out. It was so perfectly on point. And the one thing I do notice is that they have three kinds of different teleportation vibes, and now they are going to be having it. And on top of that, 12 kills onto the board in 10 minutes of this game, and 2 kills only for IZN here. But look at Respect might be cut, but nothing just yet. The stun coming through, but I feel like Selena here at this point is too behind in comparison to any other Selena that wants to have the lead into the early game, where you want to have the mid control. And now that he doesn't have those mid controls, the stuns are gonna be so easy to dodge. But look at stun coming in.
Oh, Josen still tries to initiate with that tsunami slam on Aizen. Escape, but the blazing towards damage is there, and that abyssal arrow connecting, and the creator gets a kill. But still, it looks like Team Peak to Plummet, they will be able to take down that bottom inhibitor tower. They are able to do so. Aizen gets taken down. Initiation is not there, and still IGN, they will be able to live their lives for now somehow. And but still, only the 2 inhibitor towers remaining for the side.
Oh my goodness, that was a good gameplay coming out from Peak. So much discipline, so much understanding of how their standings are gonna be, because the goal leads, the economy wise, they are so ahead already. They build out, they build out quite a lot, because 7k goal lead onto their hands. This means that your Moskov, who is a late game monster, is gonna be quite ahead. And whenever you're trying to engage on him, there's always gonna be a backup plan coming in from the side of Peak, and there's no way Aizen can try to balance him out, because the only option I see is that if Josen tries to go for him, but he does have the Purify. The Tsunami Slam might not work again, but if we look at the build here, it's almost gonna be full build for the side of Skies, and meanwhile Aaron is still struggling to go for the force build. But then again, we cannot forget when he gets the Wind of Nature for Claude here for Aaron. He might be a game changer, we'll never know. But right now, I think Peak, they are trying to focus onto the neutral objective and try to pressure the far lanes before that.
And as you said, looks like Moskov is to be on his full build, and compared to Aaron the Creator, Skyzen has the goal lead, as well as the itemizations is way advanced for him. So if a team fight happens, it will be Skyzen actually shining, and it will depend upon his positioning as well. But it looks like the initiation has been coming up. The teleportation play being used out by that chip, and the gets taken down instantly. They are driving in with the glorious pathway too, but still Aizen didn't had enough backup. The Louis as well as Kaizen, they were quite on behind, so they will not be initiating onto Witch as well as onto Johnson, but they did their job. Aaron was taken down, and he won't be able to initiate onto that team fight, but looks like IGN, they will be trying to contest for that Lord.
Now they're just trying to give out reason a little bit and give, I think they won't be contesting this because they have to clear it out. And oh my goodness, I felt time and again the divergent plays coming up for Minji's here, perfectly on point, on perfect members. And look at that, they're trying to look for it, but Lumin here. Oh, Josen, I think he knows now that he knows that this person is used. But definitely the Lord is going to be marching down onto the bot side. The lanes are seeing Itami. Will Aizen be able to defend this? I'm not sure.
We never know, but unless team Tournament they end up losing their members way before the fight happens. Okay, the concealed glorious pathway is there, the teleport yet to be used, and there it comes. There is the mega kill. Jocelyn gets taken down, and Skyzen dives in with the Spear of Destruction. Meteor is trying to sustain. There comes the shutdown onto Skyzen. He is not there. They are able to defend it somehow, but still, 4 of the members of the side of Team Peak to Plummet are still alive. They are trying to defend it out somehow, but no. Peak to Plummet, they will be directly locking onto the pace, and they will be taking the game.
Victory!
Oh my goodness, Itami, what a clean gameplay coming out from Pick to plummet. They were able to take the game with so much discipline, with so much decision making, calculative movement. On top of that, I think the MVP, will perfectly go to Mr. Minzies here because whatever he does, whatever divergence plays he's making, he's always making it work because there's no response coming out from the side of Aizen time and again. They always try to get Aaron and they always get him. And whenever they are trying to look for something, they always find the answer to that without any casualties so far. But still, the MVP will be going to Yaifa Bahir onto the Suyo without that. And when you see a Suyo with a full damage build, yeah, you know that he's a snowballing. He's got the damage rolling on for him. He's got the HP base damage. But oh, look at that! 35% damage for Skyzone onto this Moskov, especially going against a hero that can definitely die for you. Good gameplay, a very understanding of the heroes, a very, very calculative macro management coming out from the side of Peak to Plummet.
Indeed, one thing about Skyzen was as soon as he connected with the SODs, he was able to skills. As soon as the last lot fight happened, like last clash happened, Skyzen he landed the SOD and he took down Witch. So he was trying to dish out that damage onto that crowd controllers that came up from the side of Team IGN, and he was perfectly able to do it. And Peak to Plummet, they had the chip as well as the Louis. So it was all teleportations. We never know, we never knew where the next initiation will be coming on. Firstly, it is the diversion. Then, as soon as the diversion is over, with conceal. So IGN or maybe any other team, if they had to deal out with the composition like that, like the teleportation coming up from anywhere when you don't have your goal lead, as well as the itemization are not favorable for their side, it's only going to be ending up losing your members and completely losing out onto those team fights.
Yeah, this is that. A very good. You know what, Itami? I think Picture Planet have a different composition and IZN have a completely different composition because here, as we can see, Picture Planet does have a composition where they can try to go for those team fights. They have a Louis. Of course, they have a Louis, and that's gonna be heavily combined with the card control that he have. It's gonna be so good for them. And for IZN though, they have a pick off types because Jojen onto the Kalea and a Selena on top of that just means that you want to go for the picker. So I think for Claude, right, they have a Claude on their side. So I feel like they could try to go for the crowd controls to enable the Claude, and I think Josen does not provide that onto the Kalea. And even the Selena did not provide that for him as well. So I think they should have a better understanding of the situation. But I also think that Picture Plummet did baited out the Claude here also because the competition was actually off a little bit off in comparison to how they used to draft. But I think yeah, I think IGN they could have executed it a little bit better than they did in this game.
Definitely, IGN also they picked out the early as well as the mid game kind of a composition, but unfortunately the execution was way better from the side of Team Pick to Plummet. So they did make sure IGN they didn't capitalize onto at all. Onto the late game, it was Aaron the creator for their side of Team IGN. If he was like able to outfarm that Moscow, then maybe the scenario would have been quite different. But unfortunately, that didn't happen, and the initiation wise, Peak to Plummet was way better compared onto this game. So they will be the vectors, and they will be going on brackets. IGN they will be fighting out onto the lower bracket for now. And I guess that will be it for today's matches. The Dads and Sons as well as TK Bai's match will be postponed to tomorrow. It will be happening tomorrow. But for today, that will be it. Me, Itami, as well as Debbie will be signing off. Good night, everybody, and take care.